Let's see. Let's put the old PlayStation in rest mode. Man, Discord is taking forever. Pyjama time, boy. Pyjama time. Of course, Discord has to update. Of course. Let's see. Oh, wait. I've got a friend request on PlayStation really quick. I got no idea who this is. No idea. Look up their Instagram. Anyway, in the meantime, we'll put that in rest mode. We'll jump over yonder. But what's up? How was your Christmas day? Bro! Bro, that is amazing. That is absolutely amazing, my man. Thank you so much for that. We actually got, I wish he were here. I wish he could get on. We got a nice donation from Overt Hype as well. But I guess because it was offline, or it wasn't during a stream, it doesn't show up here on our thing. But I appreciate that donation so much. And Hype as well, if you happen to pop in. I really, really, really do. You know, it's kind of helped keep the stream alive and get all this stuff to improve it. I think to manually update it, I have to go like completely remake the alert or something, or the widget. Let me see. Yeah, I'd basically just have to completely remake it over. And I also don't think it'll let me put him in the like the top donors list and all that kind of stuff. Oh man, keep the FSM in Christmas. Hey Smurfco, how are you? You still liking that guitar? Now that you've had it a whole day to get to know it. Oh man, freaking cold. How cold is it up there where you are in Connecticut? It's the coldest it's been in quite a while down here. I have a friend in West Virginia that called me today who said it's -5 up there, so it's got to be even worse where you are. Though he is kind of up in the mountains, obviously. Put a touch too much sugar in my tea. Really? That's hard to believe. 50 up there? Jeez, man. That's practically balmy. My brother, who lives down in Florida, was complaining that it was like, 57 or 58 there, and they were freezing to death. They're like, we had to go inside and put long sleeve shirts on. It's horrible. 36 now. Yeah, it's still cold. It's colder down here. Definitely colder down here. I think it's supposed to get into the teens tonight. It's like in the mid 20s right now. Let me go. Hey, Zon Paul, how are you? I'm in Georgia. I'm about 45 minutes north of Atlanta. You're in South Carolina, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm actually from North Carolina originally. Moved to Georgia when I was 19. My dad got transferred. Been here ever since. All right, let's see. Let me go tell Facebook I'm streaming. See if anybody there wants to hang out. I'll hold back up. $25 there, about the same. We had a little bit. We had a couple little snow flurries over the last couple days. A little farther north in Georgia, like up in the North Georgia mountains and stuff, they actually got a pretty decent amount of snow that actually stayed on the ground. We had some flurries, but it melted off really quickly. Nothing that stuck. Oh man. So, what guitar should I play? You guys argue amongst yourselves. I don't have any real plan at all for tonight. Just hanging out. Every guitar simultaneously. Rusty, there are literally like 80 or 90 guitars here. So that would require something. Every guitar in the world, yeah. About the same amount of effort. Man, I gotta do something about this. I gotta do something about this door over my shoulder here. We made a crappy curtain to put over the one on the other side, but now with the new camera, we see the one over here. You can see like random junk piled up. There's no way this computer would handle a green screen plus this camera. Plus, I'm not big on the green screening, honestly. You know, I kind of like seeing the actual space. I just wish the space weren't quite so junky. But it's a basement. What you gonna do? Play my least favorite guitar. Ah, usually if something actually fell into that category, qualified for being my least favorite, I wouldn't have it anymore. I keep a lot of guitars, obviously, and I've collected a lot of guitars, but I've also sold a crapload of guitars. Dozens and dozens and dozens of guitars. Uh, Either in some cases just because I just plain didn't like them, but in other cases because they were too heavy, or I didn't like the neck shape, or this, that, or the other, or in some cases because they were redundant. I had other things that were similar that I liked better for whatever reason. Hmm. What we could do is we could grab something that I haven't played in a long time because it's, missing a string or needs some tweak or whatever, and put some new strings on it and freshen it up and play it. Kind of tempted I could even go dig out my very first guitar. Not quite sure where it is though. One of these cases or stands somewhere. But actually, I have one in mind though. There was one that I was fiddling with a little bit the other day that I thought, man, we should do something to this one. Maybe that's just what we'll do tonight. Maybe we'll just put strings. We'll put strings on guitars that need strings that I haven't played in a long time, or that need tweaking, and we'll just check them out. The first guitar would be good. Well, let me see. I think it's somewhere. I think it's somewhere in that pile. Like over to behind the amps. Fat Fingers, thank you for following. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Hope you're having a good Christmas day. If you're still in a time zone where it's still Christmas, that is. Hope you had a good Christmas day if you're in Europe or Asia. And if you celebrate Christmas. We're just hanging out. I think it's sounding like we're going to be restringing and playing some of the guitars in my collection that we haven't handled in a while. Because there's certainly a bunch of them. But we're glad to have you with us. Alright, so let me see. I'm pretty sure it's over to behind the amps over here to the left somewhere. Hold on. I think it's in, give me just a second. I think I know where it's at. Here it is. Yeah. Got it. It's in a bag. The CEO of Comfy. Yep. But here she blows. This is my first guitar I got when I was 15. It's a good old Ibanez Geo, the mirror pickguard. Which, interestingly, this is one of only a couple I've seen with the mirror pickguard stock from the factory. I was pretty surprised. I wanted a black one, of course, because when I was 15, I really just wanted to play metal, so it had to be black. And then when we went to the store to look for one, we saw this one with the mirror. I saw this with the mirror, and I'm like, oh my god, I have to have that one. So I had this, got a PV Rage 158 amp, which I sold to my neighbor eventually when I got that Marshall Micro Stack behind me. That'd be fun too, but that'd be a pain. I could dig out the Marshall Micro Stack and I could just play the rig that I played when I was 15. Five good NBA matchups. I haven't watched anything. I watched a movie with my family earlier Haven't watched any games or anything. Is my encoding set on faster or fastest? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I've adjusted that. Let's see. Let's see. Is it under output? Well, so the question is, which option is it under? Because I don't see. Under the output section, we've got target usage, which is set to balanced. Profile is high, keyframe interval 2 seconds, rate control CBR, bitrate 3500, latency low. Well, so we had to change. I had to change a bunch of stuff to get it to where it would not completely destroy our CPU and drop a bunch of frames. So I went through, read a bunch of guides and stuff like that for Streamlabs and all that kind of mess to get it to where it is. I'm sure there's still things to be further optimized. Your first guitar is the Kramer Striker with a collar. I think I remember seeing pieces of that back at your house. Yeah, you should definitely restore it. They're not terrible guitars. Depending on which version of the collar that's on it, though, the collar itself may be worth more than the complete guitar. Hey, Ofasada, how are you? Oh, wait. Before we even do this, let me get this case out of the way. I forgot. I got a present from Keep Watch. He dropped it off yesterday, so let's open this up. I mean, it's pretty obvious what it is, but still. What you having for dinner, Ofasad? Think the bridge is long gone? You ought to look for it, because actually quite a few of those. I had a cheap Striker that had an ESP flicker tremolo on it, and I bought the Striker, I don't know, cheap, pretty much in parts, and sold the chassis, like the neck and body, I think, to Alec pretty cheap, and then sold the tremolo that was on it, the flicker tremolo, for like $150 on eBay, because they came on higher end guitars as well, higher end ESPs, and people pay through the nose to get them because you can't get replacement parts for them. Alrighty. Be the only present you've seen today. I actually didn't see any of my family unwrapping theirs either, because I was asleep and they didn't wake me up, and I told them, like, hey, wake me up when it's time to unwrap presents. Yeah. Alrighty. One Chinese, but everything's closed. Chicken with bell peppers and rice. I mean, that sounds nice. We had a pretty hefty kind of traditional Southern dinner. Had a ham with homemade potato salad, cranberry sauce, homemade macaroni and cheese. What else do we have? Had some like croissant rolls. Had. What am I missing? I'm missing one thing. something. But got pretty stuffed. All right, hold on. Need to grab. I think this blade is about gone. Yeah, probably not much left in here. Yeah, just about. Set that to. Oh man. Let's go this way. A little easier. Ah, it's hurt a little bit. That annoys me. Order a little hibachi. Man, that would be nice. I haven't had hibachi in a year now. Sadly. What I really miss is sushi. Haven't had sushi. Haven't had Salvadorian nearly as much as I would like. And I'm gonna have to take some of this side off too. Damn. There we go. Been doing surgery in the back. I hate tearing paper. Hate it. Tape stuck on the side a little bit here. Da 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 da. All right, let's see what we got. We have, the keyboard. It is a Logitech Pro keyboard, which I can hold it up and be like, look, keyboard. Which would be really useful, except I think I might be out of USB. I think I might be out of USB ports. We could probably sacrifice the mouse. I don't know. It doesn't have auxiliary USB ports on it, does it? I don't think it does. No. I might have a USB. I'm pretty sure I do, in fact, have a USB hub around here somewhere. But this is courtesy of Keep Watch. So thank you to Keep Watch if you happen to be watching at the moment. Ironically, he probably isn't at the moment. He usually doesn't get on until a little later. Untwist. Untwist. Let's see. Yeah, I guess we can give up the Bluetooth mouse. I can just use the touchpad for a bit. Come on, I can't quite. Would you go in, please? There we go. The spot's in between. The spot is the USB port is in between the USB plug for the audio interface and the speaker jack. So it took a little bit of wrangling, but wow, this is fancy. I didn't really expect it to light up in different colors. So that's pretty cool. Have to get used to typing on actual keys now again. Let's see. Setting up. The buttons. It's actually kind of hard to look at. Knowing Keep, I'm surprised he didn't rearrange it to be a Dvorak keyboard. The backlight grape text. Well, if I could figure out how to do that, because I think it probably does need to be uniform, because it's kind of messing with my eyeballs when I like look from one portion of the keyboard to another. Do you control that? Is that something you do on the computer, or is there like? Yeah, I don't see any button to do it on here. Or do you? I was wondering if you like cycle through it. I've never had an RGB keyboard before. Guitar with inlay with a. I do have guitars with luminlay glow in the dark inlays, which are pretty cool. I had one on my bench over here, and I walked down here one night, and the power went out, and I looked over all of a sudden and noticed that there was light coming off of my guitar on the bench. It was glowing. The inlay is glowing, which is really cool. About as legit as they get until you buy a $150 one. Wow. Well, that's really cool. I'm looking forward to actually being able to type things properly, because I struggle. I really do struggle with the keyboard on the laptop. But the most recent couple laptops haven't had the serial ports for my old keyboards. In fact, I think my last keyboard is around the corner in that room, and it's from 2003, 2004, maybe. All right, let's see. What are we doing? Guitar. Working on guitar. Actually, we probably need to move the keyboard out of the way. Moment. And then let's set up a little bench here. Let's move some stuff. Let's move this stuff back a bit. Yeah, Keepwatch is pretty into keyboards and those types of things. He's built quite a few as well. Kind of like Rusty. He tends to like to build really small ones. In fact, I think he's generally more interested in the hardware and peripheral side of things than he is the what you actually do with them. There, neck cradle. Let's move this pedal out of the way. Alright, so let's set this here. Back it up a little bit. Oh, he has tons of hats and those types of things too. His name actually comes from screen name comes from whatchamacallit, Mishka. That sort of monster eyeball. So you could probably tilt the camera a little bit more so you guys can see the guitar better. Let me do that. That should be good enough. Dude, you just missed it. You just missed it. We just opened up your present, dude. It's awesome. Super, super awesome. Thank you so much for that, my man. What we're going to do now is we're going to get these grody old strings off my first guitar, put some new ones on there, and clean it up some too. It's kind of dusty. Kind of dusty. Let's see, are we zoomed as far out as we can be? I think we are. Yeah. Can actually move the camera back a little bit. Oh yeah, it'll definitely be useful. For one, it means I don't have to shell out for one when we build the next one, when we build the next computer. And it means while I'm using this thing, I can have a keyboard that's a lot closer to me, which is nice. And you know, an actual nice keyboard instead of a crappy laptop keyboard. Keep, did you have this guitar last? Who had this guitar last? Because whoever put strings on this last did not do a very good job. I loaned this to somebody many years ago. I can't remember if it was you or if it was John or who it was that had it. Keep does much better work. Does pretty good work now. You have to seen this guitar. This is my first guitar, man. It's been sitting around the basement forever. Sure thing's on, Paul. I'll be around for a while. We're just chilling tonight. Just chatting, goofing off. Yeah, somebody has put way too many wraps and done the thing where you like wrap the string over top of itself, which is not how I restring strings and has never been how I restring guitars. Let me get nips, and peg winder. Peg winder's still over here. No, much as with that particular adage, Rusty, double wrapping it actually causes more problems. These guys be interesting. I remember this guitar having very, very aggressive pickups. I played this one for about a year. And then got bought the fancier Ibanez, the one we played the other night, the S series. I think about a year and a half maybe after I got this one. Oh, the wrap over the top. Like, it's not horrible, but one, it's largely unnecessary, and two, anything that prevents wraps from collapsing, from like cinching tight up against each other, can lead to some forms of slippage. So it's not ideal. Like the actual method, I think really for securing strings the best is incredibly simple comparatively. You also, depending on how you do it, some people who do the wrap or the loop over the top or the loop around leave very little wrap, which kind of leaves you minimal tuning range. You do, Smurf? You got an S series too? Wow, that's awesome. I didn't know that. Oh, this one's going to be a pain. Kind of afraid. These strings are so rusty. A little scared to be too close to them, even down tuning. A little, yeah, just a little bit rusty. There's a cat picking at the back door. What is that? Stuff on the fingerboard too, man. Yeah, you ought to. Use it to rip out some sick shred in the next Bird Index video. Oh, come on. Don't make me take the back plate off, please. Please. Do you want to guess on what DiMarzio's are in there? I mean, that's kind of almost impossible to say since 99 out of 100 of them look pretty much the same. Looks like your neck pickup one has solid pole pieces though, which kind of limits what it could be. The bridge one looks like it has the Allen screws, which are more common, a little more common with DiMarzio's. I mean, that could be a million things. A million things. Just for fun. No fun allowed. You can't have fun here. Hmm. Allen screws in the neck too, but chrome. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go for something like the Satriani set. So something like what is it? An Air Norton and a Tone Zone. Or well, now he's got the Path Joe, but I think the Path Joe is slightly different in terms of its pole piece configuration. That's gonna be too screwy. Let's just snip it off. So usually when I see the pickups have been changed to DiMarzios in an Ibanez, I typically assume that someone is going either for like a Vi, a Satriani, or a Petrucci pairing. You know, if it's not something obvious like an X2N. What do they sound like? Are they really hot? Are they dark? Are they, really clear? So on and so forth. That can kind of give you clues. Aaron Norton Steve Special, like in the old JPM models. Well, so see, pretty hot or so hot they kind of overdrive your amp on their own. Because if the bridge pickup in particular, if they were Evos, Evos are ridiculously hot and really dark for the most part in a guitar like that, in an all mahogany guitar. So if they were Evos, I would be thinking they would be overdriving your amp pretty hard. Around the time that guitar was being produced, some other DiMarzios that were really popular were the Blaze and the Breed, which Ibanez used in a few of their higher end guitars at that time. So that's also possible too. Those were not quite, I wouldn't say quite as hot as an Evo, but kind of getting into that territory. I said you can't really tell just from looking though. With most of them. Ah, ah. Dude, these plain strings are solid rust. I'm gonna have to actually get a little Allen wrench or something and pop that guy loose. That's something you can do if ever you find like a string is the ball end is wedged. Take a thin Allen key and slide it down from the top of the bridge to pop the ball end loose. I have to trim that one off too. I was hoping it wouldn't since it's a plain string, but the Blaze is the 7 version of the Steve Special. I know that they did put it in the 7620 and I think the Korn signature guitars, the K7s or whatever they were, before the Apexes came out, like the very first ones they did. I think those had Blazes in them. I actually have a couple Ibanez catalogs from that time period, like 99, 2000, 2001, over in my catalog rack. I have actually a pretty huge collection of guitar catalogs from that era. Because if I went into a store and they had catalogs laying around, I would definitely take one. And then once I started working in music stores in the early 2000s, I would basically keep every catalog I could possibly find. So I've got quite a few Ibanez and Jackson and Fender and G&L and a couple Gibson catalogs and a bunch of other random stuff. Hamer, Ovation, BC Rich, a couple McInturf catalogs, which I got directly from Terry, which are really neat. All right, so let's see. Need to clean this sucker up. Let's grab ourselves a rag here. This will probably be good for the time being. Just give it a quick de-dust before we spray it. Well, I mean, DiMarzios for the most part aren't crazy expensive to start with. You know, pay $75 for one or whatever, and then if you go to sell it, you'll get 55, 60 for it for the most part. There are a few models that are really, 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 really cheap used though. Mainly because Guitar Center and Musicians Friends stock them regularly, and they would have blowout sales and sell them for like $35. Let's give the frets a quick scrub with this and see if it does enough. We may have to go to steel wool, which would be annoying. Yeah. This stuff's getting a little bit off, but probably gonna have to do steel wool, which means you gotta tape it off. Like a little bit of paint or glue or something on the fingerboard. Ever swap magnets? No, I've never done that. But to me, it seems like more work than just buying a pickup that has the magnet that you think you want on it. because I mean, somebody makes what you want pretty much, or can make it for you these days. Small circles. Of course, it's a shiny black guitar, so the minute I pick it up to flip it over, it's just going to have fingerprints on it again. What is this stuff? Yeah, it is. I think it's paint. I wonder how that got on there. Looks like you're starting to get a little, like your little mirror pick guard. I guess it's got like a foil on the underside or something. Looks like it's starting to kind of disintegrate a little bit. Depending on the type of pickup, it can be more or less work. Some pickups it's simply a matter of desoldering the base plate and pulling it out and putting the one you like in. On others, it's a great deal more effort. Let me see if I can get this off the fingerboard here. Just moisten it a little bit. I got 2 new interactions on Twitter. I'm famous. I found this is actually a really good use for these fret protectors. They're very, 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 very thin and kind of flat and slightly flexible. They're great for scraping stuff off, and a good bit safer than a razor, in my experience, because they're not quite as likely to sink in. Yeah, basically you need an iron that gets really hot really quickly, so you can just zit zit when you're dealing with those big ground blobs and stuff, and old solder that's been sitting around. Like people, I think one problem that people make, or one mistake that people make, is they go read, a guitar hobbyist forum that says, oh, just go to Radio Shack and get, the cheap iron. That's all you need. And then they just leave it sitting there, on the pot or whatever for 5 minutes, and then rip a Rooney. So that actually, I think, that'll probably be, that's another one that's on the list. Like once we get the power supply sorted, so we can start using pedals again, it'll be between either microphones, which may be more long term, because those would probably really be more expensive. Microphones, like a proper soldering station, because I found a decent iron that my friend left here, fortunately, but I would really like to have a station where I can, place the iron and control the temperature, and even better if it's one that has like a hot air rework, so we can work on PCB and SMD stuff really easily. we'll make that a donation goal. Then we can really get into working on stuff on stream. All right. So let's do the frets first. So I'm going to tape off the pickups. I'm going to lower them first. And then tape them off so that the steel wool won't get into the pickup, because it will absolutely cover your pickup. If it gets into the coils, it can kill you. Well, not you, it can kill your pickups, but so I'm going to drop these guys down about as low as they'll go. Yeah, it feels like our screw's starting to get loose there. I think you can go down a little more. I'm going to seal them up pretty good. Let's get you over here a little bit. And then one thing that I like to do, I've lost the edge of the tape. Where'd you go? There you are. Come on. One thing that I like to do is I like to, on top, fold over a little bit of tape so that the sticky side faces upwards, so that the shavings that get pulled down here on top of the tape will be a little more inclined to stick to the tape rather than just kind of try to pull themselves back down to the magnet as you take the tape off. This becomes kind of like a little glue trap for some of the filings from the steel wool. And I go over it with a magnetic pin to pull off loose ones too before we pull the tape. Dude, just go on Reverb or eBay and search for used DiMarzios or Duncans. You'll find at any given moment some used ones pretty darn cheap, like 30-40 bucks. If you want very specific ones, then you may or may not have to pay the price. But if you just want some, something to upgrade your stuff, certain models will always be relatively cheap and relatively available. Usually our bridge pickup doesn't catch too many. They all hit our neck pickup first. So I'll only put one little sticky layer down here. Yeah, there's Bill Lawrence's. You can find some good stuff. He also made pickups under the name Keystone and the name Wild for a while before he passed away. The real Bill Lawrence, not the guy that bought the Bill Lawrence name and then made copies of the Bill Lawrence ones. But you can find those really cheaply. You can find, of course, Ken Armstrong's really cheaply. You can find old Schaller pickups like, hold on. Where are you at? We've got my drawer full of pickups here. Oh, it's right on top. So, like, this is an old Schaller, what did they call this? Not the Mega Bucker, Quad Bucker, something like that. But this was in a lot of OEM and a lot of guitars in the 80s. You can find these used for like 25, 30 bucks. They sound killer. They're super, 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 super hot. They do make some that are a bit more mellow, like the Golden 50s, I believe they're called, which are more PAF style. But if you want something like mega shreddy, crazy high output, these are like, I think 16K, something like that. I pulled this from something. Might have been that same Kramer I was talking about earlier. I have some early. This is new. What, the pickup drawer? I have some very, very early Bill Lawrence rail humbuckers from the late 70s here, which are really neat. They came out of a 60s Gretsch that a friend bought that had been just completely jacked, like modded to hell and back and refinished poorly, all that kind of stuff. And so he pulled all the parts and I bought the pickups from him, and then he sold the chassis off when he moved. Then a couple years later, we actually found that guitar that somebody had fully restored, had done like a complete restoration on, somehow wound up in their hands down in Florida, and it was gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And he was super sad and jelly that he sold it, because it's a Gretsch Astrojet, which at the time were not worth very much. In the mid 2000s, they weren't very desirable, and especially not with the condition that one was in. But he bought it for like $25, I think, off of a guy who brought it into the store just trying to get anything he could for it. But now, sort of post Jack White, post Black Keys, post, everybody wanting all the cool, weird old guitars now, it's probably worth like $3,000. Got some old EMGs, got an old 85 pair in here, pre-quick connect. So those came out of a Japanese Jackson Rhodes I bought at a pawn shop for, I think, about $80. But it had these EMGs in it, so I pulled them out and then sold the sort of chassis of the guitar for $150 many years ago. It'd be worth a little bit more now. But I've never had anything that I really wanted to put them in, but I've kept them around in the event that I need EMGs one day for whatever reason. And I've got, what else? Got a pair of Gretsch Filtertrons, which I got from Smurfco. Traded Smurfco a pedal for them, which will go in the pink Schecter Strat one day, once I find somebody that can make a pick guard for it. It's surprisingly difficult to find people that make two Filtertron Strat pick guards. I bought the material to make one, but then I tried my hand at it and realized, like, well, I'm not going to be able to do this myself without making it really ugly. What else? A couple old Duncan 59s, which actually these also came from Smurfco. These were in had these in an Epiphone Dot, I think he did. I can't remember if I traded him something or bought them from him. But they're great sounding pickups. Just kind of waiting for the right thing to put them in. And then really old, like probably 84-ish Duncan Invader that was in the Jackson, the San Dimas Rhodes that I bought. But I'm not a big Invader fan. I know Zompal is, But the Invader tends to be a little dark for me. But it's in here in the pickup bucket. There's a few other random pickups laying around too. Pick guard. It's a strap pick guard, but it needs to have a little wider cutout at the bottom for the bridge. I think it might be a slightly atypical screw layout because that has a shallower trim lock bridge on it, which is almost as wide as a Floyd Rose. So just a regular strap pick guard won't quite work on it. But I really wanted like black, white, black, to give us that kind of tuxedo vibe on it because the guitar is champagne pink with gold hardware. Let's see. I think I've gotten that one out on stream a couple times. Can't fit the whole pick guard. Yeah, that's a problem one of my other friends I asked about it had, who's really into 3D printing. He can basically only do stuff up to about like this so far. So we need to get these junk strings somewhere. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, and then we'll start polishing the frets on this guy. Should just make the BRB screen the couch in this exact position so that when I turn on the BRB screen, I just disappear. Steel bolt. Oh, man. I don't have any actual gloves at the moment, so I'm going to have to use this guy to hang on to it. Don't want to tear. Whatever. Whatever. This is super fine. Don't need anything too heavy. Got my fret protector that's going over the fret here. Oh yeah, that's working. Looking nice, looking much better. Much, much, much better. This guitar to have been played as much as it has, the frets have held up surprisingly well. I mean, there's a, you know, tiny, tiny, tiny little divots in them. But nothing horrible. Some guitars I've had, even some that I've bought new, the frets are just like mush comparatively. I realize this isn't the most like compelling thing on earth to watch, so, you know, how are you guys? What's going on out there in your worlds? It's just shaking. Like my table here is rocking and my monitor is having a party. Having a party. Feeling festive, eating frosted flakes. Loving it, very relaxing. Dane Rogel. Is it Dane Rogel? Donna Rogel? I'm blind, I can. But anyway, glad you're enjoying it. Welcome to the stream. Just kind of chilling out, cleaning up my guitar. This is my first guitar that I got when I was 15. And Smurfco suggested, when I asked what guitar we should play tonight, breaking out one that doesn't get played much anymore. Right, the first time, what did it say the first time? Dane Rogel? Cool, very cool. Well, we're glad to have you. Glad to have you. Once we finish cleaning this up, we'll plug it in and play it and see how she sounds. I don't think I've plugged this guitar in at least 5 years, if not longer. If not longer. once in a blue moon, you know, I've had it since 1999. Once in a blue moon, I'll see it sitting around and be like, hey, I should plug that in. And then it'll be like, ah, the strings are old and rusty. Frets are kind of grungy. Yeah, I'll just leave it. I'll get to it later. This is a perfect excuse. A perfect excuse to give it a little love. It's amazing. I wonder if you can see it. Probably can't quite see it in the camera, but the difference in shine between them. Let's see. Between the ones that are polished and the ones that aren't. Yeah, you can if you get the light right. Smurfco got an Ivan S. Really? Really? That's amazing, man. Tell us about the cleaning process. So, what I've done so far is simple de-dust and a quick polish of the top, and I'll go back over that and buff it up a little bit more. I don't have any kind of wax right now, and for the most part, that's kind of unnecessary. But once in a while, for a high gloss guitar, I'll wax the top. Some guitars I won't do that at all. This one has a pretty heavy duty clear coat on it, so it's not going to mine and it's not going to cause any problems. Really heavy poly finish. Then I cleaned the fretboard off a little bit. What I'm doing now, though, is I'm essentially polishing the frets. So the frets have years and years and years of gunk and grime on them. So I'm using a fret protector. You can buy these from StewMac or wherever, or you can just tape the fingerboard off so that just the fret's exposed. And then I'm using a super fine steel wool. Scotch-Brite works as well. There's a little more abrasive version of this stuff too, synthetic steel wool. That'll work fine for it. But I place this down over the fret, or if you tape your fret fingerboard off, just tape over the wood so that just the fret's exposed. And then all I'm doing is I'm just buffing and polishing that grime off. But you'll notice that I've taped over the pickups because the steel wool shavings, when you're doing this, will suck themselves right down into the pickups. And you don't want them to actually get into the pickup coil. And if they get in on top of the magnet, even if they don't get into the coil, they'll be there forever. You'll just have little tiny steel wool shavings kind of sticking out of the crevice around the pole pieces, and it's incredibly obnoxious. So you just want to completely tape them off so that it can't get in there. I've lowered the pickups all the way down, sealed the cavities off with tape, and stuck sort of a reverse-sided piece of tape on top so that any steel wool shavings that get onto the tape will mostly stick to that. And I'll go over them with a magnet pen to clean up the shavings once we're done with the steel wool. You know, it's not ideal, but it is really effective. If you can get a hold of some really good synthetic steel wool or Scotch-Brite, just get like a collection of Scotch-Brite and you'll find the one that works best for the particular frets that you have and the job that you have. That's actually better, but I don't have any at the moment. So I'll just go in with good old-fashioned steel wool. But if you have old, grimy frets, one, you'll feel it when you bend, especially. You'll feel that kind of resistance from the grime on them instead of a smooth feel. Two, that grime can transfer onto the underside of your string and gnarl your string up. Three, if it's bad enough, it can actually mess with the ability to intonate properly and produce a clean note. Which I have encountered a few guitars with frets that were that nasty. But so if your frets are kind of dull and greenish looking, or worse, brown or black looking, you definitely need to give them a going over. So you can actually, I don't know if you can see the tape. The tape is already accumulating steel wool dust. We got two right here, yeah. The advantage of taping the fingerboard versus using one of these is that you don't have to hold one of these in your other hand. You can just kind of go at it and do whatever you do with your free hand. The disadvantage is it's a pain in the butt to tape your whole fingerboard off and then untape your whole fingerboard afterwards. Yep, just can't win. You're a loser 2 times. Come unstuck here. Let's restick that. Alright, that should be good. As far as that goes, we will revisit the steel wool for another purpose shortly. Let me go over them here and make sure they all feel nice and grime free. Yeah, alright, we all feel good there. That kills my fingers though, because of my weird bendy joints and fingers. Applying that pressure on the fret just absolutely murders my finger. All right, where is my magnet pin? There we go. All right. Something like this, you can use any other kind of magnet for it. You don't want anything too crazy because you don't want to accidentally degauss your pickups. But just a nice little magnet tip pin like this guy works wonders because we've got a nice little accumulation of steel wool around here. I'm just going to take this guy and glide over the surface of the guitar in this area. You can kind of see the fuzz that we pick up. And just wad it up in some paper towel. And steel wool only comes from heavy metal sheep. And it tends to it kind of accumulates right around the neck pocket here and the neck pickup. Not too much will make it down to the bridge pickup. And then I'll go over the frets and fingerboard back and forth with it as well, because there will be little tiny shavings and dust here on the neck that you can't see, but that can work their way into the fingerboard even with the fingerboard protected. Just back and forth, back and to the left, back and to the left, back and to the left, back and to the left. So we get all the way down here. So now we got another little wad. All right, then I'm going to go over the entire surface of the guitar. Network adapter. The network adapter did the same stupid thing where it just went like, no, I'm just going to completely disconnect you from the network. Just for fun. Just for fun. Just to tick you off. It doesn't give you any alert either when it does it. It doesn't, have a pop-up and say, oh, network adapter has disconnected from the network. It's just like, no, suddenly you're offline. You're disconnected from everything. I've been through every freaking setting on this box. I have made sure to tell it at every opportunity not to disable or turn the network adapter off. But it continues to do it. At random times, completely random times too. Makes me angry. Incredibly angry. I am steaming right now. This is the angriest I've ever been in my entire life. If you can't tell. Alright, so fret ends are a little bit protruding a little bit. That'll probably get a little bit better. Ow. My finger just dislocated. That's fun. Get back in. Yeah, there we go. Alright. So I'm going to touch up the sides of the board a little bit. They're not protruding enough to really bother filing. Usually we can just kind of go over them slightly. Lost a frame all of a sudden. It depends on how badly they're protruding. If they're sticking out a ton, like you can really feel jagged, sharp edges, then they need to be filed down usually. There are fret files you can get for that, or you can have a luthier do it. Because it can be, if you're not careful, you can wreck the edges of your fingerboard. Sometimes if the guitar is just too dry, if it's been kept, like, you want to keep your guitars in like a 45 to 55 relative humidity range. If they get too dry, the fingerboard will start to contract and expose the fret ends. And if you put it back in an appropriately humidified environment, the fingerboard will expand back a little bit, and then you won't have that problem as much anymore. In some cases, it'll practically completely remedy itself. But if they're sticking way, way, way out, then they need to be filed down generally. In this case, there's just a tiny, tiny, tiny little protrusion. So I'm just going to go over with the steel wool again to sort of take the edge off a little bit. And they're not a major problem. And I may just take the neck off completely because I want to clean up the back of the neck as well. Yeah, let's do that. And this is both kind of a cleaning thing and a very handy technique to make your guitar, especially if it's an affordable guitar, to make the neck play a lot more smoothly. Just to make sure you're using super fine steel wool for this, or the Scotch-Brite, as I mentioned earlier. So most kind of budget factory guitars, and some expensive factory guitars, tend to have necks that aren't really buffed and sanded as nicely as they could be. So if you've got like a really heavy finish on the back of your neck, or a finish that's uneven, you can take superfine sandpaper, superfine steel wool. I wouldn't use steel wool if it's like a nitro finish, because the steel wool shavings can stick in the nitro finish if it's soft. You'd want to use sandpaper in that case, or the Scotch-Brite. And then basically just go over the back of the neck. Give it several swipes with the steel wool, and it'll take some of that heavy finish down a little bit, and it'll make your neck feel much more kind of broken in and played in. I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing this to your nice new American Fender unless you know it's a guitar that you're going to keep. It doesn't do any real visible structural damage, but you know, it's one of those things where like you're modifying it in a sense when you do this. It sounds scarier than it actually is, and if you tell people about it, they think it's really scary. But basically, if I buy a beat up old guitar whose value is not going to be negatively affected by buffing the finish on the neck, this is one of the first things that I do. Because old guitars, you know, old beat up guitars from the 80s and 90s, and cheap guitars tend to have grimy, heavy feeling necks. So I'm just going to take the superfine steel wool. I'm going to sort of cap the neck with it and give it a few strokes back and forth this way. And all it really does, it doesn't do anything you can even see. But all it really does is if you have dirt, you know, finger buildup, gunk like that, or if a finish is a little bit too thick, a little too gummy, a little too whatever, just takes it off. Right? So this neck is as smooth as glass now. Just with that. Just with that little touch up. You can rub this back and forth on your face and on your head, and it is like glass. So now suddenly this was, you know, maybe $150 guitar, something like that. This neck feels like, in terms of the texture of the neck, feels as nice and smooth as anything at pretty much any price point. Because I mean, that's all really the difference between gloss necks and satinized necks, or the amount of buffing, the amount of sanding and then buffing that they have usually. And usually a high gloss neck may have a few more layers of finish of clear coat sprayed onto it. But you know, this thing feels absolutely incredible now in the hand. The fretwork is not amazing on it because it's a super cheap guitar, but in terms of like the smoothness of playability when your hand or your thumb is on the back of the neck, it's top notch. It's also really useful if you have with skunk stripe necks like this, or multi-lam necks that have, like, extra layers or laminates of wood running through them. A lot of times over time they'll expand and contract at different rates, and so the skunk stripe, especially up here at the sort of tongue of it, will tend to pop out, and you'll get like a little rough feeling spot right up there at the end of the neck. And this process, just taking that super fine steel wool over it a few times, will usually take off that little lip, and your neck will feel smooth and flush again. So like if I'm setting up a guitar for somebody, it's something I ask if they would like me to do. Usually once I've shown them some of the guitars that I've done it to and let them feel it, then it's something they definitely want to do. Because again, it's not a visible modification, and it's not like a modification in the strictest sense, and it certainly enhances the feel and playability of the thing. But at the same time, because we are in a way removing a little bit of that finish, even though it's microns, it does scare people a little. All right. So then I'm going to go back over everything with my magnet pen. Can I drop? Just basically find the finest one they have. Scotch-Brite you can get in like these kits that come with 3 or 4 different what do they call it, weights? I don't think they call it grit like sandpaper. But you pretty much just want to use the finest one that they have. But yeah, wonderful feeling now. It feels a little bit closer to raw wood, which is really what's happening. Like with a neck that's been played in and played and played and played and played, like you pick up an old guitar that's been played a ton. And what's happened is that over time, the hands on the neck wear that finish down. And if it's a nitro finish, the finish itself is actually sort of degassing and shrinking and getting thinner and thinner until it almost evaporates, right? So over time, it's almost like you're playing on the raw wood with just the slightest bit of finish, and that's what you start to get with this treatment. Basically, it feels so much slicker and so much more natural. Like you don't feel like you're interacting with the finish. You feel like you're closer to touching the actual neck, but it's not so aggressive that it actually does go down into raw wood. We're talking about the Scotch-Brite. Steel wool's done in aughts, yeah. So this is super fine. So that's probably like 4/0. Hmm. I'm even angrier now. just absolutely seething. Right below the surface. My blood's not simmering, it's boiling. I could stroke out at any moment. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. What was he reviewing? What were they, was it like spicy chicken nuggets or something? What was it? That's what I was thinking. It was like spicy chicken something. I don't really, I don't especially eat fast food. The only ones that I've been to pretty much at all in the last 10 or 11 years is Chick-fil-A. And but as far as the fried chicken houses go, I've always preferred Bojangles when it's really when it's fresh. You know, if you can get it right out of the fryer, so that you scald your face as mightily as my blood is scalding my internals right now. Uh, it is my preference, or was my preference. Hey, Zonpaul, welcome back. Oh yeah, so Smurfco's experience with the McRib was apparently pretty heinous. Remember the other day he told us he was going to go get himself a McRib. And I said, "Don't do it, my man." And he said, "Nah, I'm doing it. I'm going to get that McRib. It's my favorite. It was the best thing I ever ate. The best thing I ever shoved in my face." And then proceeded to chew on. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to end that sentence with a preposition. Snug these guys up. I'm a 28-year-old man. Can eat a McRib sandwich if I want to. No, you can't. You sit down. Oh, Lord. No, I quit. I mostly quit eating fast food because, like, every time I would eat it, I realized I felt like death, and I got up to, I think, probably about 280, 285 pounds, and I realized that, like, hey, I'm eating either Wendy's or McDonald's or Subway or Taco Bell, something like that, pretty much every day, and I thought, well, if I just don't do that anymore, I might feel better and I might lose some weight. And it worked. I mean, I'm still about 20, 25 pounds heavier than I'd like to be, but uh, within months of that, stopping eating fast food, and then a few months later, I quit drinking soda. Uh, I dropped a good 30 pounds with really no other change. And I don't really miss it that much either, because I would eat it and then I'd feel just like ugh, some kind of diabetic coma or something. Feel real greasy and gross and heavy. So, I mean, once in a while, or well, when I was teaching at a music store, I would eat Chick-fil-A for lunch once a week. Because it was right next door. And Chick-fil-A is not too bad. You can get a salad, get some chicken nuggets and a salad, and it's not too crazy calorie wise, and not too heavy feeling. But, but that's about it. Like I don't really find myself missing it or craving it or anything. Can't gain weight. I mean, from my perspective, that'd be a nice problem to have. I guess it depends on what your BMI is. Oh man, freaking Smurfco. You've been on the health train yourself. It's good. I mean, I would like to. Um, I'd really like to convert more towards like a Mediterranean type diet. That'd be kind of my ideal. I even got myself a really nice Mediterranean cookbook, but haven't been able to access a lot of the ingredients because of ye old pandemic. Made a few of the recipes though, and they're fantastic. So I'm looking forward to when I can get the other stuff. Oh yeah, I have a garden. It's just winter. We have I have about 6 deep beds, and going to be adding 2 more this next spring. They're about 10 by 20. They're pretty big. I did the last couple years. I grew some greens and some root vegetables, but I found myself like I just don't want to go outside when it's cold and work in the garden. I freaking hate it. Freaking hate it. I do have some kale that's growing out there now, just kind of on its own from the first time I grew some. It just kind of comes up every year. It seems like now. All right, so we should be done with our steel wool for the time being. So I'm going to go over this guy again. Make sure I've got up everything I can. Peppers, and yeah, dude. During the summertime, grow peppers out the wazoo. All different kinds of peppers, all different kinds of tomatoes. Usually have like at least 6 or 7 plants of each. I try to stick exclusively with heirloom varieties because I find them usually a lot more interesting and a lot more flavorful than most of your hybrids. Um, Usually have 1 or 2 cucumber plants, and that's more than enough for what I need. Um, I was doing zucchini and squash, but I found for some reason it's really hard to keep the bugs out of them. And then do a variety of greens. Spinach, Swiss chard is one of my favorites. A few different lettuces. done a couple eggplants. That's interesting. I have a hard time getting people to eat the eggplant. They won't try it. What? Your name was on my piano, but I rubbed it off with steel wool. How dare you taint my... All right, then. Mm. Usually have you will usually dedicate a bed to beans as well. Have a couple different types of beans. We grew these really great kind of yellow beans. Can't remember what they were called, but I think I still have some left, some seeds left, and I saved a couple pods as well. So I'm going to grow them again next year. And then we'll have, like a bush bean or something like that. I really like lima beans. I grew lima beans once, but that's another one where I couldn't get anybody else to eat them. So suddenly I had, tens of thousands of lima beans just sitting around. It's actually probably my favorite bean. I really like lima beans. I really like lima beans. You love eggplant? Yeah, like that Mediterranean book that I got has so many eggplant recipes. But every time I've grown like these like big giant purple eggplants, and I grew these like Italian eggplants that were kind of bell shaped, and I grew these Japanese eggplants that were like kind of white and purple speckled. I grew like three or four different kinds, I think. And every time I would try to like make something with them and give them to somebody, they're like, this is weird. This makes my tongue tingle. How can you hate lima beans? Even better when they're the really big ones. Oh, man. All right. So what I'm going to do next, got a little bit of this Dunlop fingerboard cleaner. Just going to go really light. I don't oil fingerboards, or almost never oil fingerboards. It's usually not the greatest idea. I'm going to use this cleaner that's going to evaporate really quickly. If I don't, when I run out of this, I'll just go back to using just a light coat of naphtha and let it evaporate to sort of finish degunking the fingerboard. But I'm just going to give it a quick run across like this. And in fact, I'll use a paper towel. I don't want to dirty that polishing cloth up too much. Just kind of rub it in. Where do I live? I live about 45 minutes north of Atlanta, Georgia. Smurfco's enjoying this a little bit too much, I think. Let that sit. Might go with another quick wipe down in just a second. You always want to make sure anytime you put any type of cleaner or anything on there, you want to make sure that it all evaporates. If there's any at all left on it, get it off pretty much as quickly as you can. So you don't want that stuff sinking down into the wood, softening the wood up, loosening your frets. A lot of the stuff sold as fretboard oil. We've talked about this, I think, a couple times before. Not a great idea. If you use it, especially if you use it regularly, like every time you change strings or something, then you're going to just kind of ruin your frets over time. So the wood will get soft underneath the tang, and then the tang will start to let go, and you'll get uneven frets as they sprout. All kinds of gnarly stuff. You get gross green gunk up underneath your frets. All that build up. depending on how aggressive and how persistent the oil is, like if it's an oil that never really dries, which some oils that people will use for their fingerboards are, it'll get up in the cavity or in the glue joint between the neck and the fingerboard, cause all kinds of problems over time. Um, most of your fingerboards are oily enough on their own. When they shrink, it's because they've lost water, and oils obviously don't add water back. You really just need ambient humidity to do that for you. It's after 11 o'clock. I'll let it go. So I'm going to give this another quick little rub down since it's still a little bit grimy. Yeah, a good bit of dirt off of there. And I'll let that sit for a moment. Then wipe it down again to get any excess off. I don't think there will be. This stuff evaporates pretty quickly. As I said, really, really for the most part, if there's something particularly grimy on it, I'll just use a dab of naphtha, because naphtha will be gone in a flash, but it'll dissolve just about anything that's going to get on a guitar without damaging anything. What do you want to play once it's clean? I don't know. We'll see. We'll slap some new strings on here and plug it in and kind of see what we get. We play all different kinds of music on this channel. I don't know if you've ever stopped in before, but we do all kinds of stuff. Have different theme nights. I think this was would have been due to be a free for all Friday anyway, which is where we play any style of music and any requests or do anything basically that comes up, because we did Friday Night Jazz last Friday, I believe. Let's raise our pickups back up a little bit before we put some strings on there. These guys, as I said, from what I remember, they're pretty hot, so I'm not going to crank them way up until we have strings on and plug it in. Play Wango Tango. No, to get me to play Ted Nugent, it would require a significant donation. To get me to dress like Ted Nugent, it would require a much more significant donation. And to get me to talk like Ted Nugent, well, you'd have to bankrupt yourself. Phantoms? Oh, were you here for the Phantoms raid? Cool. Cool. Well, thanks for coming back, stopping back by. Yeah, we can find something. I don't know. I don't know if I'm allowed to. I don't know if I'm allowed to play like the actual song or track through the stream, though. When we did it then, they were here, so obviously they could say, yeah, it's not a problem. I don't know what the rules are like, but I can like play it in the background and play along with it. All right. Let's give it another quick polish, and then we'll polish the back as well, which we haven't done yet. Lindsey Buckingham, what song? Like Fleetwood Mac tune? think we've done a post Peter Green era Fleetwood Mac tune on stream before. This guitar is probably too aggressive for that kind of sound, but we can definitely do one. It's no problem. We did a whole stream as a tribute to Peter Green when he passed away, doing the earlier Fleetwood Mac stuff. One of my favorite guitar players ever. Anyway, when you polish, it's rubbing kind of like fine, tight circles. It helps keep you from getting kind of cloudy streaks. Yeah, well, when we get everything set up here, it's going to be a few more minutes because we got to string it up and then probably adjust some stuff. We'll see what we can come up with. Let's get down here. Let's get down here in... Oh, I don't have a donation command. Is that a thing? Is that something I should set up? I have, if you look down, and I greatly appreciate it, by the way, if you're wanting to donate. If you look down in the bio section, there's a button for donations. That's a good idea, actually. That's forgive me. All of our commands are for goofy guitar-related things, pretty much. Like if you want to know what guitar or amp I'm playing, or what pick I'm playing, we have commands for that. But no commands for practical things. All right, looking good, looking nice and shiny. Feeling a lot nicer too. It's basic, yeah, it's always the Jazz 3. If I drop the Jazz 3 though, sometimes it's the Petrucci. Let's see. This over here. Let's put that over there. Let's get these old strings out of the way before I stab myself on them. Here is the old string drawer. So I've still got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Still got 6 packs of DR Veritas strings. Got these Sonotones. I got these for free at the NAMM show at the Sonotone booth, but I don't want to put these on this guitar because these strings are like 25 bucks a pack, and it seems like probably not a good use of $25 strings to put them on my very first, $150 guitar that I'm probably not going to play that often. 10 to 52s if we wanted to down tune it. Flat wounds. Man, I got a bunch of flat wounds for some reason. Okay, boomers. Some 12s. Some GHS Boomer 12s. else is in here? Some John Lennon. Hey, Smurfco, I gave you a pack of these John Lennon strings one time. It should be. It should be right down there. There should be like an actual little section that says donate and has the link right underneath it. Because I don't know it off the top of my head. Can one of you guys look in there and find it real quick? Because I know Alec just donated earlier, so. Yeah, there we go. I don't know who made these, but someone I got these at a NAMM show as well. Someone gave me a couple packs of them, and I'm pretty sure I gave you one. I'm betting they're DRs. Nine to 40s. So what do you think? Should we go? We've got 9 to 40s. Which, thanks for that, Alec, by the way. We've got 9 to 40 Diodarios. We've got 9 to 42 DRs. And we've got, where'd they go? 10 to 52 Ernie Balls. Which might be cool because we could tune this down to D or something. Make it a little more metally. Plus, you know, if I'm not going to play it a lot, I'm not a huge Ernie Ball guy. If those will fit. So I wouldn't mind as much. Putting them on a guitar that I don't play as frequently. Yeah, C sharp. That's a good idea. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's put these guys on here. If the low string, if the E string will fit through the nut, that'll be the question. Do a Sabbath tuning, yeah. Wait. Where are... Don't tell me. Is the G string gone? Aw, man. $12 to 54 that has a wound G. Diodario makes one. You just have to look for one that literally says like wound third. It'll have a W next to the gauge. I can't remember if there's a if it's in the item name or not, but it'll have a W next to the G string gauge. Well, it looks like we're missing a couple strings here. I bet I've had this string pack so long. That John poached the plain strings. Because for a while, John would just absolutely destroy his strings, and then he would steal plain strings from my packs. And then break them, and then open another pack and get a plain string out. All right, hold on. Let me see. I've got some loose strings over here too. Some loose plain strings. I think this is just like a 9 and a 10 though. What is this, like a 9 and... Jeez. A 9, an 11, and a 16. So this is going to be very skinny top, heavy bottom. But these are xenons. These plain strings are xenons, which are actually a bit stiffer, a bit higher tension. My speakers were turned up louder than I thought. But Rah Rah Baby Bear donated $20. That is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for that. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. For just hanging out. We're just hanging out, and we get awesome donations from Alec and Baby Bear, which I'm guessing Baby Bear is that Dane Rogel, is that your other account? Presumably. But I appreciate it so much. We're making progress towards our goal, because we do need that power supply. So we can do pedal streams again. That's what I figured. That's what I figured. But thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. Our pedal power supply that we were using for nights when we were playing with lots of effects and stuff has decided to pretty much just die. So we need to upgrade to something better, something more reliable, and something that can provide better power and more power to more pedals. You appreciate me? Wow. That's that means a lot, actually, to have somebody say that. It really does. You know, I've been basically since March, I've been effectively removed from the majority of my students. You know, I'm still teaching a few of them online, but to go from, you know, where you have 20, 25 students that you see every week. In some cases, I've had some of those students for years as well, to seeing only a handful. Like, you guys have been picking up the slack, and it's amazing. But it's good to know that you guys appreciate what I'm doing. So what I do in a restring, camera's not quite getting it. Let's move some stuff over a little bit. See if we can maybe get it in the camera. Yeah, not quite all of it, but a little more. All right, so what I do is I pull the string through, right? Then pull it straight. I'll line the hole in the tuner up with the nut slot, pull the string through, then basically just back it up a few inches, 3 to 4 inches for the most part. All right, then I'm going to crimp it up at the tuner, like this. Right, I'm going to hold the string down with my right hand, because I want all of my wraps to come up from the bottom. Then I'm just going to wind the string on so that the wraps seat themselves. This is an extra heavy string, so I might have to give it a little more or a little less slack. We'll see. But so all the wraps essentially cinch themselves tightly up underneath each other. And basically lock themselves into place from underneath. So you don't need to do anything fancy. You get about 2.5 to 3.5 wraps, especially on the wound strings, and you're good to go. You don't need a ton. Much less than 2, you start to lose some tuning range. Anything more than about 3.5, you start to actually get the wraps slipping on each other a little bit, or an inclination to, or they won't fit on the tuner. Absolutely, absolutely. The more music and the more art, and the more creation in the world, the better off we all are. Where'd my snips go? I didn't put them back, did I? Oh, they're over here. Let's go put the string drawer back. All right, that's plenty enough. We'll go ahead and snip that one. Couch gang. I think Alec has this queued up on a macro now. Every time I get up and the couch is exposed, just hits us with all the couch gangs. Let's get a little bit of dust still here on the headstock. Let's get that off. Man, this is crazy. I haven't played on a string gauge this heavy in ages and ages. Even on the guitars I keep down tuned, I tend to keep fairly light strings on them because I like the sound of string excursion. Like, I'm usually not looking for a super tight, snappy, modern metal type tone or something. I like to hear the string sort of twang and move a little bit. Probably have to give ourselves a truss rod adjustment too once we get done here. Oh, it's a really satisfying feeling. Like when you first start winding it on and the wrap is down at the bottom of the tuner, but then as the string tension starts to increase, you feel the wrap like slip up and cinch itself tight, and you get this little pop noise. Oh man, it's wonderful. Wonderful feeling. It's one of those things. Yeah, that's plenty. These guys might be a little bit too big. G3 runs at Wikipedia. Oh man. As you get to the strings that are a little farther away, you can give yourself a little more slack to sort of keep the number of winds you have around the tuner consistent. It's pretty much just an aesthetic preference, but it is nice to sort of see them all with roughly the same number of winds around them. When we get to the plain strings, we can have a few more winds because they're more narrow in diameter. Get over here. Putting the factory strings back on just to get a wound G. Alright. Halfway there. These xenon strings, if you can see, the xenon plain strings are kind of goldish colored because of the xenon coating on them. The Veritas are kind of neat in that they came with a set of plain trebles, the G, B, and E, and a set of xenon coated ones. So in the event She didn't like the xenon coated ones because they are a little different sounding, a little different feeling. Uh, you could just have plain steels. Thoughtful of them. You gotta get it under its string tree. Then when we get to the plain strings, we can have anywhere between about 3 and 5 wraps on the plain strings, and they'll still cinch nicely and they won't slip. Again, more than that's a little bit of a problem. All right, and then our B. It's kind of wild going though from the 52 low E to the 9 high E. It's going to be really weird under the fingers, I think. I'm going to order a set of the Rickenbacker string. $60? How? Is it just a price that Rickenbacker fetishists pay? Because I know you guys will pay through the nose for some stuff from Rick stuff. This B string tuner is slow. Secondhand sales? Dude, it's not like Rick is actually making them. Who made them? I mean, surely they can make you something comparable. It might take, you know, a little wink wink nudge nudge. You know, they might not be able to say these are the Rickenbacker strings. One more. Like, I would get, that would make me angry enough. The idea of like paying a middleman through the nose for a pack of guitar strings simply because of their branding, that I would go buy like stag strings. I would buy the cheapest strings I could possibly find. I could find the strings that feel the closest to razor wire on the market and put them on my Rickenbacker and slice my fingers to shreds out of pure rage. Because we are filled with rage tonight. Yeah, after a while, with enough experience, you'll start to realize like there are very specific gauges and materials and manufacturers that you like. There actually aren't that many different manufacturers or string makers. In the U.S., there's probably maybe four or five. There's a couple really big ones, and then a handful, a smattering of smaller ones who usually make slightly more niche strings. But a lot of brands are actually just sourcing their strings from those big makers and then having them make slightly different material composition or slightly different gauge or this out of the other, or in some cases just putting their brand name on them. But you start to, if you play enough different types, you'll start to find, I tend to prefer the sound or the feel or the flexibility, etc., etc. Some brands are coated, some brands are not. Some brands offer like pure nickel strings. Um, Most brands tend to be a steel core with various alloy windings. So, like, say, a steel core with like a nickel alloy winding or a stainless steel alloy winding if you want really bright, edgy strings. They'll market themselves as all kinds of crazy things, but usually that tends to, well, just be that marketing. Yeah, some strings tend to be a little more stable than others. Some strings, like those GHS boomers that I got out, they sound really bright and aggressive when they're brand new out of the pack, and then they die like 2 days later and they sound really dull and dead. But guys who want like a really edgy hard rock sound will buy the boomers and use them for a show or a recording session and then ditch them, put something else on, and just put them on when it's time for the next show. Tuner feels like it might be slipping a little. Is Dean Markley still around? Dean Markley used to make some okay strings. They got to where they kind of started cheaping out on some stuff though for a while, and then I sort of stopped seeing them. I actually might have. I think I have a pack of their bass strings over in the bass string drawer. Yeah, all right, so I look good. All right, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you're going to prison and you think you might be able to make some extra money as a tattoo artist, save your string ends. Because all you need to do is have somebody get you an electric toothbrush, and then you can modify the tip, insert your guitar string end, dip it in your ink you made in your cell from a Bic you broke in half, and make some money, man. I don't know this from experience. Before someone asks, just saying. Oh man, the Dean Markley solid state amplifiers. They made some tube amps, and a couple of their tube amps, the convertible for instance, actually has a pretty good reputation. I've never run across one in real life, but I've played a bunch of their solid state amps, and they are gnarly, and not in a good way. Not in a good way. All right, we can put those up. All right, I'm going to take another quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back. We'll tune this up, do any final tweaks, and then we'll plug it in. Found a fluff ball. Stepped outside for a minute to get some air, and she was out flopping around. Yes, your free Christmas kitty. She says, "What's going on? It's weird. There's lights, and I'm not used to this. I want to go find the dog food bowl and eat the dog's food while they're sleeping, because that's one of her favorite hobbies. That and knocking stuff over, which is probably about to happen." Oh, starting to purr. No, where are you going? Where are you going? Yeah. She's mega fluffy too. She's got her winter coat. Nope, not getting down. Well, they used to use cat gut for guitar strings. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. You can still get gut strings too, but I think they're typically sheep gut now. Oh, nope, not walking on the keyboard. She's interesting. She is a polydactyl cat as well. She has 7 toes on each of her front paws, which is why it looks like she has thumbs. She's a big old fluffy kitty. Her sister too. It's weird. Her sister is very, very short-haired. And very small. And she's absolutely enormous and long-haired on top of that, which makes her look gigantic. Man, my stomach's growling. I must be getting hungry. Where are you going? Don't knock the camera over. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. I know you want to flop over because that's all you do is you flop on things. Eh. She's weird. Most of our other cats, when they come in, they'll run and hide, because they don't want to go back out. They'll hide under the couch or something. This one, though, just flops on stuff. She runs in the door because she wants in, and then just plop. Flops right over on the ground. You happy? Oh no, she's like starting to knead her claws on my leg. This is pleasant. Cat break. Big love. Okay, check it out. We're just about ready. Just about ready to plug in. You happy kitty, getting some attention. There are people all over the world looking at your fluffy face right now. What do you think about that? It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Mm-hmm. Ready to go back out? Because you'll freak out when I play guitar, so you can't stay in. This is Zuzi. It's like Sue, but with a Z. She's usually in the cat house at nighttime. Kind of interesting. She's out flopping around. You ready to go? No. And I'm purring. I'm happy now. Oh. We'll see her again someday, I'm sure. Ready? Go get in your bed. All right. Yep, Zuzi Q. Call her that all the time. All right, so now that the strings are on, I'm going to give them a light stretching. You don't want to like yank on them. You'll see people like pull them way out here, do crazy stuff like that. That's a terrible idea. I'm just going to give them little small flexes. Try not to pinch too sharply. Just pull very gently up and down the length of the string. You'll usually feel it kind of give a little bit. And that'll sort of complete the cinching up at the tuner and start to release a little bit of the memory the string has from being coiled. Man, why am I so hungry? I freaking stuffed myself at Christmas dinner. Need to be a little more careful with the plain strings. A little more delicate. Though if they break in the course of a light stretching, it was probably a bad string anyway. Just a little. Just a little. All right, so we were going to go for like a C sharp or a D tuning with this. Let's see whereabouts we are. Probably pretty close. Yeah, almost right at D, just about. Man, only about a quarter tone off. I remember the first time at a store, one store that I worked at I was training a guy named Justin. Alec knows Justin. R.I.P. Justin, we miss you. He's still alive, but we haven't seen him in forever. And he got fired from the store because the owner was insane. Fired him for no good reason. But anyway, I was showing him the restringing and setup process. Let's see. Actually, let's see. Actually, probably okay. Might need a little truss rod adjustment, but we Probably okay. Um, well, showing him my restringing and setup process and retuning and tuning process, all that sort of stuff. And so restrung and adjusted a bunch of stuff, tuned it up, and then he went to get the tuner and to tune it, and it was basically like about a quarter of a step off, like almost perfectly in tune, all the way across with no tuner, and he just like flipped out. You know, like this is the most amazing thing he'd ever seen anybody do. And I thought it's funny because I mean, you do this long enough, you get to where you can pretty much hear, you know, when you're in tune, even without having perfect pitch. You kind of get a sense of, you know, roughly where those notes are, and can get pretty darn close without a tuner. But man, he was just blown away. He is like the most enthusiastic, sweetest guy in the world. He streams too. He streams Rocket League stuff, but I haven't seen him online in a while. But I need to check back in with him. What a train! Yeah, no, that was beyond a train wreck. That was like the whole Union Pacific line all converged on each other simultaneously. They're actually playing pretty cleanly. Little bit of choke there. Nothing terrible though. Need to radius the saddles. The saddles are a little goofy. It's whoever I loaned this to, apparently. Got silly with it. What? What have they done? I think they've put this screw in, this saddle screw in upside down. This looks like the bottom of the screw on top. Well, I'll have to fix that later. I'm not fixing that right now. That's annoying. We need to bring that D up a little. I'm just eyeballing it right now. I'll go back later and kind of fine tune it. Sure thing, Alec. Thanks for hanging out. Sure you don't want to wait like another 2 minutes till I plug this thing in? I think our E string's pretty okay. Our D and G were a little too low. Alright, I think we're good enough. Good enough. Alright. Now watch the jack be bad. Cable. Because that's the way it goes. Nope, we live. Dirty switch. Well, so in the tuning that we're in, we're really low. I don't know if I want to go all the way up to E with this, because I wound up tuning it a bit lower. Obviously, if you listen to how low that low string is than originally intended. Oh man. Get some of this. Yeah, Jack is a little touchy. Drifting flat though. It's going to drift flat for a little while. Start slowly bringing it up, because I would like to tune it a little bit higher. Yeah, sure thing, Ofacade. No problem. Thanks for hanging out, man. Always glad to have you. All right, let's get to let's get up to C. And then we'll leave it there. Sounds like we need to bring the bridge pickup up a little bit to balance it with the neck. These are really hot pickups. Got some dust in the switch too. That will need to work out, or I can spray a little contact cleaner in there. All right, so Dane Rogel wanted Big Love. So let's go give it a listen. And work it out. Oh wait, still got the back plate off. We'll just leave the bench here. Go to YouTube. nice kind of bluesy tone. All right, let's find like the studio recording. No, not this one. No, not wrong. That's not the one I clicked. Give me the one I clicked, please. There we go. You can't play the blues with really, really, literally all three kings. Literally, you know, basically all of the British blues greats. Depending on the time period, Clarence Gatemouth Brown, Otis Rush. I don't want to hear it. Mike Bloomfield, though he did switch with the telly sometimes. Please, no more sneezing. Let's not start that again. Blues makes it be cool. Alright, so let's see. Ba-da-la, ba-da-da, ba-da-la. I think we're going to be fighting with tuning for a few minutes. It's kind of par for the course with new strings. Doodle-da-doo, doodle-da-dum. Move the keyboard out of the way. Back it back up to the beginning. There we go. So. Where else could we play this? We could play. Doesn't. I don't think it sounds that twangy though. So probably up here. So it actually is using the blues scale for the licks that it's playing here. Like in this case, I'm in C standard tuning, so let's see. We'd be in an E flat minor blues kind of sound. Right, because we have. Right, so. So the second time, drops down a little bit. Da 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 da. Right, so we have bop, 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 first sort of chorus hits there. Oh, big, big love. Bop, bop, bop. Operation String Swap was a success. Was it a resounding success or was it a resounding success? Oh man, it's really weird feeling though going from these bass strings to the plain strings with the xenon coating. There's so much more slick feeling. Alright, so it sounds like we're going to get some solo in here. He's playing a really unique guitar, by the way. If you ever since the 70s, if you notice Lindsey Buckingham's electric guitars, he's playing a Rick Turner Model 1 guitar. Rick Turner was one of the head luthiers at Alembic Guitars and Basses for many years in the late 60s and early 70s. And it is a really unique guitar. Unusual body shape, hollowed out on the inside, and then it has a pickup, it has an acoustic or piezo type pickup in the bridge. It's one of the earliest examples I can think of featuring that. And then it has a pickup in the middle, a magnetic pickup that rotates, so you can adjust the sort of angle of the pickup to dial in the specific sort of response that you want. It's a really cool design. All right, so we need an overdriven tone now. No. Right, so we're back. We're still just using that minor blues scale. Get a little more reverb though. Hold on. Let's dial in a good 80s gated reverb. getting close. So let's see. So at the end here, he's doing these kind of unison bends. Like pretty much all the way all the way out. This tuning, we used to get that really extreme, deep, growly low chord, which typically, you know, if he's playing like a half step down or something, we don't get all that extra rumble from the very loose feeling string. But yeah, actually all of that blues scale, all of that solo is pretty much just the minor blues scale. And I'm throwing in like a little bit of like minor scale or a little bit of Dorian. But really the majority of that is just our good old blues scale. Like once we get into that chorus there in the section that our solo is coming over, we're pretty much just playing like a 7/4/1 type progression in a minor key too. So you can really work a lot of stuff on top of that. So let's say we get ourselves a little delay too, a little echo. Hammering your bones. So the deeper tuning as well gives us more speaker excursion and pushes the interface a bit more. So even at the same settings, man, we're really like crunching, really hitting the meters hard. Sounds really cool if we play it like in the lower octave as well. So instead of move it down here. Yeah, that's kind of what we do. Like that's my thing, you know. I've been a guitar teacher for so long that rather than just, you know, playing along with the track, which sometimes we do that. I'll play along with the song all the way through or play with a backing track or something, but I tend to like to figure out the track and figure out what's going on and then kind of explain it to you guys, show you guys what's going on. You know, to sort of help you understand how to play along with it or how to play a particular part or technique or whatever. That's just kind of like built into me at this point. Hey, Paul, welcome back. Most stuff, you know, the majority of stuff, especially like pop and rock and country, I can figure it out by ear without too much trouble. And that's actually a fun part of the stream too, is when people just start throwing random things at me and I have to kind of like, oh, well, wait, what's going on here? And sort of, you know, constantly be thinking and using my brain and using my ears. In particular, Ride, one of our other regulars, Ride 1990, tends to give me stuff that's just like weird noise music, which is a lot of fun to try to figure out. But I think it drives everybody else away from the stream, but it's entertaining. Or randoms anyway, people who don't know what's going on. Yeah, a lot of stuff does tend to be easier than people expect. You know, there are certain types of things that kind of find themselves falling under the fingers, and you can, once you learn those techniques and ideas, you can make really complex sounding stuff without a lot of real deep thought or effort. And guitar players tend to be that way. But yeah, that one song, that kind of funky Incubus song, was really cool. Jaden 2K, dude, welcome back. I haven't seen you in a while. Who do push comes to Shove by Van Halen? Yeah, we can check it out. Might have to change guitars because we just restrung this guitar and we've got it in a very low tuning, so we might have to change to something a bit more normal. He was usually playing in standard or E flat standard, or occasionally drop D. Something catching the bottom of my mouse here. Let's pull up YouTube. What do you think is the most technical? Well, what do you mean? Do you mean like song or style of music or what? Come on, YouTube. This tune just makes you want to play like stoner metal, though. I've actually just gotten back I have one particular guitar that tends to be kind of dedicated to playing like stoner metal and doom metal and stuff like that. And the Keep Watch brought it back. He had borrowed it for a long time, but just brought it back when he brought me this present, this keyboard. We'll have to get it out next Metal Monday or something. But I keep it in an absolutely stupidly low tuning, like A standard or something. It just growls and grumbles and gets gnarly. Stoner metal's pretty easy to write, though, or pretty easy to improvise. Like, it's got such an idiosyncratic kind of style in terms of riff writing and everything. You can just sit around and jam on it for ages and ages and ages. When it comes to guitar storks, oh wait, that's right. I didn't set the thing up for that yet. Gotta use regular keyboard. Hey, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you too, man. Welcome back to the stream. As you can see, we've had a pretty significant visual upgrade. All right, yeah. So I'll have to change to something. I'll have to change to something in standard tuning or E flat. Give me just a sec. to change guitars. No, I'm not familiar with this one. I don't know if I've heard a lot of stuff off of this particular album either. Like one or two tunes. What should we change to? Well, let me listen for a minute. Let me see if we need a Floyd. If we need a Floyd, then I'll get something with a Floyd Rose on it. The big solo or the big single off of this one was this Unchained was on this album? See if we can find the solo. Yeah, we do need a bar. Alright, so I'll go grab something with a Floyd. Which one? This one does a pretty good Van Halen kind of sound. Hope it's set up. I haven't adjusted this one in a while. Not really since I got it. So let's update our guitar command, because we must. Bring this a little closer now. Edit command. No, stop that. My A key on this old keyboard is sticking. This is a Soul Tool Supreme guitar from Switzerland. Alright, guitar command is up to date. Just go around this way. And we want, sounds like kind of a moderately overdriven tone, but with with the volume rolled down. So. Yeah, it's been a huge upgrade. The problem that we're having now is that the computer is too crappy to really handle it at full 1080p 60, so I'm having to scale it down to the 720 while we save funds for a new computer and stuff like that. Fortunately, I've still got a decent chunk left over from some big donations we've had. Alright, so let's back up to the beginning. So we're kind of jamming in A minor here. A little bit of chorus on there too. Let's change to our cranked channel. I think that's too much gain. How does the palm muting thing? Well, which palm muting thing? In that quick listen, I heard a couple different palm muted parts. To start off with, we'll just go through it kind of piece by piece, though. What's up with the Z string? This E is being uncooperative. Alright, so we have this inverted minor third, essentially, in an A minor. So if you imagine, like, an A minor bar chord, we have 5 on the G and 5 on the E. You can also play that higher up on the neck, too. Apparently this guitar doesn't like being taken out in the cold all of a sudden, though. So we're playing that up here. It'd be 10 and 10, 10 on the D, 10 on the G, then up to 12 on both of those. Then the next shape would be 14 and 13. So and he's sort of fading his volume up as he does that. He could be doing that with a volume pedal too. Either volume pot or volume pedal, or even a really aggressive sort of limiter or compressor effect could do that for you too, depending on how you have it set. because you can kind of hear how his gain will sort of fade up almost to the point of feedback and then drop right back down. So some type of gate, either a volume knob or pedal or something, is opening up and then clamping. Welcome back on an alt, Zomball. We're not playing loud enough really to get the feedback, but da da da. So you sort of fade in the first one, then the next one's a little louder. It starts to feed back. And you hear it almost like when he slides up to this one, you hear it like clamp back down again. Like it starts to get really loud on that one, then drops back down. At 152, okay, we'll just go through pretty much everything. We'll use it. We'll wrap the stream up with this one. Boom, boom. I'm just gonna take this E string off. We were already simmering with rage this evening. We'll just rip the string off. This guitar actually hasn't been played that much since I put these strings on too, so they may just be settling in. Thanks for no problem, man. So we have these little A minor chord stabs, then up to like a D minor hit, ba-da, ba-da. Boom. Right, so then in our bass strings, we're kind of mirroring what the bass line is doing with a little palm muted distorted guitar. Boom, ba-da, doom, ba-da. So, boom, and this is just following like the A natural minor. Smurfco always comes up with highly descriptive terminology. Oh, I could go tilt the camera back up to a regular angle, but nah, I ain't getting up. All right, so at the end of that, he's adding this little ninth up here. Which is just the 12th fret. That one's a little bit different. Okay. So we're up to like an E minor, using like an E Phrygian sound. Yeah, it sounds like it's the higher power chord. So boom, boom, like a little D minor type thing. Got some chorus on it. A little cleaner. It sounds like it's going to do a little descending walk down too. So we have like a D minor. Sort of. That's almost While My Guitar Gently Weeps. It's got like a little extra high note on top of it. I don't think the guitar actually might not be playing the bass note change, so the guitar might just be kind of playing on top of this sort of. That's obviously impractical if you try doing. If you do that, that'd work. Don't. putting two different guitar parts together though when in doing that. Da da da. Because we have that F moving back and forth. And then going up to the G. While the bass moves underneath. D, C, B, B flat. Because we can kind of compartmentalize that into like a couple little chunks. Like two separate guitar parts playing two different voicings of the chord. Yeah, so there's two guitars there. Definitely, because you can hear one catch that high A on top of everything. While the other one goes Yeah, the other one plays that very while my guitar gently weeps type lick. And the other one is because you hear that high A pop like right up on top of it, and there's not really any way to put those two together completely anyway. Boom, boom, ba da 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 da. And we're to a very clean sort of tone here. What on earth, E string? This shallow Floyd is really, really fluttery too. It's the tiniest little adjustment. So up to like a high B flat. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, so we got two guitars here. We got one that's playing a little rhythm chords underneath. Let's work those out first. Yep, just completely dropped again. Completely dropped the Wi-Fi network. I don't know why it's doing this. But we appear to be back now. Appear to be back. Boom, boom. All right, so we're working on this rhythm part here. Move this out of the way. Boom, 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 boom. So we get this sort of B-flat Lydian kind of sound here. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. What's the best way to finger that though? Dugga dugga da da. Yeah, maybe like that. That's as Van Halen a lick as you can possibly get, man. Da-da-da-da-dum. Yeah, no problem, Smurfco. Thanks for hanging out, man. Hope you had a happy holiday. We'll be working on this for a little while more, and then it'll be dinner time for me, really. You filthy animals. Da 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 da. Is it da 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 da? That's pretty close. Because it slides down, yeah, it goes down a whole step. Man, this bridge pickup really does kind of get that sound. Alright, so then our high part is mirroring that a little bit, but with a little bit cleaner tone. Da, da, da. Pretty close there. So we have this kind of, again, this B flat Lydian sort of sound. Right, and so we're starting off with this little B flat sort of arpeggio. 5, 1, 3, 5, then the augmented fourth, major second, up to the major third. Hey, Freezing Cathedral, Merry Christmas to you too. How are you? Need a little bit more delay, a little more. Da, 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 da. Maybe a slightly longer time. Alright, so we move down. It sounds like we have a transition from a C to a B flat. Da 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 da. we're doing all right. Having a lot of fun tonight. We cleaned up my first guitar, dug it out, cleaned it up, restrung it, played a little bit on it. And now we're working on this Van Halen tune for Jaden to close out the stream for the evening. Just chopping it apart piece by piece, working them out. Ba-da-da-da. Getting close. Sounds like it flips around to that voicing. If we do it with this shape, we use almost like a D shape for it. And the second time's lower. The second time is yeah. So that fingering, I think that fingering is a little more comfortable, at least for me. Pretty close. Needs a little bit more work, but let's keep going. So then, so back to those sort of like A minor chord stabs. Don't. Hey, Kaz. Did you throw some emotes earlier, Kaz? Like 2 hours ago or something? We don't need as much delay for this part. Yeah, no worries. I'm kind of focusing on the tune. thought so. I thought I saw you. Thought I saw some like way back. Whoop, too far. There we go. So we change up to the E. A minor hit. Go. To get the timing right. Boom, then boom, boom. So this is just like a bar on 555. So where do we want to play that though? So that part is E, B, C, B, A. Goes down to G. Boom, 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 boom. So you can play it there, E, B, C, B, A, G, or we could come up here. Or that's kind of impractical. It's probably like that. That's the easiest way to play it, I think. So is that adding a sharp 4? Whoop, too far. Oh, that's weird. Is he flatten out? So I think he just... Yeah, he's probably just barring it all there. So... Did you just stop with a pull off? Boom, boom, boom. So okay, so he's adding that G there. Yeah, there we go. G to it up in. Nah, that's cumbersome. So yeah, probably definitely still here. That sounds the closest to the right voicing. So one thing you have to listen to when you're trying to figure out voicings is you have to listen to the sort of register of the neck that it sounds like it's in. So you can play the same thing in several different places, but depending on where we do that, we get kind of a different character to the notes. This one doesn't sound to me like it's quite as dark sounding as if it were being played up here. To me, it sounds more like it's right there in that middle of the neck. So that walks up with the blues scale to the E. So that time it's a little more busy. It's a little more activity in that lick. That's pretty close. So let's slow that lick down a little bit. That one's a little more elaborate. So let's listen to it at a slower tempo and see if we can hear the exact little skips that are going on. And this is one of the best tools in the world is the feature to slow stuff down, to play it back at a slower speed while maintaining the pitch on YouTube. Absolutely great for figuring out like fast and tricky little licks by ear. Yeah, so you can hear right away. Do do da 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 do. Do do da da. So. So when we're coming out of the mute, 3, which is basically muted. I mean the third, the minor third, which is the 5th fret. Then up, we're just A minor blues scale. When we get here, we drop down to the fifth, to the B, or the fifth of the E that's coming up, which is the note B. Boom. Do do da do do da 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 dum. All right, let's get back up to tempo. All right, we should be, I guess, coming up on the part that you were specifically interested in. Then you say, was it like 152? Well, no, this is pretty much just like the little bridge section previously. Do da 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 do. Unless you were talking about that little walk up. Do do da da do. Yeah, it sounds like he's just at that part. He's just going B B E C B B. You do that there. Then right after this, it sounds like we're right back into our type thing. Yeah. Well, it's a neat little part. It kind of breaks up a little bit. Breaks up a little bit of what's been going on before. You get that like little bit of chromaticism coming in from that tone in the blues scale. That right. So we almost hear this like E harmonic minor sound. It gives it a little bit of spice. And there's our part again. So we're then it sounds like we're going to get our little kind of bridge again. And there's this little bit again. Wait a minute, what is that? Is that freaking Chicago that he's quoting here at the beginning of the solo? Hey, Keep Dude, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for the keyboard, man. It's an awesome present. Let's get a little more gain for our solo here. Get that bar, see if we can get that bar work right. So we got like a little pull up on the bar. We're using the A minor blues scale here. And it sounds like we're giving like a slight left hand bend combined with a little bit of bar bend. So he could be doing these harmonics all on one string, or he could be tapping them across this shape. We actually need a little more gain. Tough to get out. What if we move this down and went and did it that way? If we do it over the fingerboard, they're a little easier to get out. Like that. So in this case, we're taking our A minor blues and we're moving it down here to the 8th position instead of playing it in the 12th position. So. Then when we tap this power chord shape, tap the little harmonics out over there. If you don't know how to tap harmonics, it's simply finding the artificial harmonic where you would normally pluck and tapping your finger off the harmonic. You don't tap the string all the way down, you just tap down and bounce right back off over the fret itself to get the harmonic to come out. It works best on your bridge pickup, but you can do it on the others. Alright. So that lick is a prime candidate for slowing down. It's really more about how cleanly you can do that. You can do it with no gain whatsoever. As long as you're really accurate with the spot. So one way you can test to make sure you're hitting the exact right spot is go find the fret. So in this case, I'm holding down the 9th fret on the G. So I'm going to be at 21 on the G for the artificial harmonic for that. I'm going to come right over that fret. And I'm using my index finger to touch it and then my thumb to pluck. Alright, that's the exact point where that comes out when you're adjusting your index finger. Where you have to tap. It's also hard to do if you have high action. It's pretty difficult to do. You want to make sure you have fairly low kind of even action. It'll help a lot. Alright, so let's wind it back and let's listen to this fast lick. So it sounds like you're sliding up into that A. Doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-dum. So yeah, that's almost like a Locrian sound. That's if you do it all on one string. I think it's a stretchy part, so like. So what it sounds like it is 12, 13, then 17, then basically the same thing on the next string. Doodle-doo-doodle-doo. Getting close. Let's listen to it at tempo again. See if we can kind of hear the exact phrasing or rhythm. So you get that pull off twice. Da-da-da-da-dum. Sounds like we go a little higher. Going up to an A. So we're shifting down to the E minor blues scale there after So little arpeggios. So do we have a hammer on, or is it a 4-string arpeggio? So it sounds like it's a 4-string arpeggio. Doodle-da-dat. A pinch harmonic where? Which part? Could actually play that arpeggio that way. It's not really like a full-blown pinch harmonic, not like an actual like super high scream, but there's like maybe just a little glance of the thumb while it's ringing out, which causes that little high overtone to kind of stick out. It could just be playing really loud too, and the feedback be causing that note to come out. Because if you hold notes at really high volume and really high gain, you'll get all the overtones kind of coming out naturally. But it's just this A bend here. Doodle-da-dat, doodle-da-dat, doodle-da-dat-dat. That's very similar to the little arpeggio in the one solo too. Sounds like there's a little bar wiggle there. That's hard to do while holding the bar though. Sounds like we get almost a campanella type thing happening. Sounds like we've got like open strings ringing up against our minor scale notes now. So let's see, like. leaving the strings to ring out against the scale notes. Because there's that little bit of tension there. Right, so then back into a blues scale type bend. We definitely have pinch harmonics there. Where we're sort of like bending up. Where do you want to do it though? Probably like that. Right, we're sliding up into an A. Moving all the way up here into like the 17th position. It might just be a little half step. Okay, so it's a pre-bend. Then we bend that one up. So we're down to C. Do-do-do-doom. So a little half step bend there at the end, back in the A minor blues. Actually, I think we've only done one other EVH song on stream before anyway. I mean, I've taught at different points. I've taught most of the, most of the hits, most of the common ones. That type of stuff. Just caught my sleeve on the Floyd. All those are. But all the stuff like the off the beaten path stuff, no, we haven't really done any of it. Da, da, almost. Da, da, So that bend, that minor scale bend in this case, instead of bending up a whole step like we normally do, we're just bending up a half step to get that major third from the E. So it sounds like we're back into like a B flat Locrian sound now. With a very legato kind of tone. All right, a little bit of. It's really hard to not get a bunch of extra string noise with your sleeve like that. Oh, we do that twice. It's kind of about timbre. It's about timbre, about practicality. When you hear certain phrases being played, like say this, if you play this with fretting, that's a really big stretch for most people. And I mean, I know Eddie could reach pretty far. But even with giant hands, that's pretty cumbersome. And you can sort of hear that attack as well. Versus that pick attack. Versus the finger attack. I mean, you could, I guess, transpose it upwards. But even so, still at the beginning, that initial note, you'd hear the pick attack versus a. Then we're going to get these big skips. You also hear him, actually, at the very beginning, you hear him kind of pull off with his index finger too to start it. Or whichever finger he's tapping with. Do-la-do-da-da. La-da-da. Move that up. What do we got? That's interesting. It's got a little vibrato on it. So it's ending on the A. That one goes a little bit higher. So let's slow that part down. sounds like we're gonna drop back into blues scale again. Getting close. Alright, then we're starting a little lower, it sounds like. So that one drops a little lower. So and lower. So that's just A minor blues scale. So do I play games? A little bit. A little bit. You know, if we get a much better PC built, then I'll probably play some more. Right now, I mostly play. I just screw around in PlanetSide 2 on PlayStation 4 for the most part. I have a bunch of games that I've put tons and tons and tons of time into, but I've kind of burned out on them. You know, many thousands of hours in Dark Souls, in particular. Practically platinumed Witcher 3. I've gotten to where, though, I just like games where I can kind of play them on autopilot while I listen to stuff on YouTube, you know, listen to lectures or music or whatever. And I haven't had a PC capable of playing anything really, really new or compelling in a long time. We're still playing, so it sounds like right after this, after our solo. We're back to our sort of chorus type riff. But we're a whole step higher? That's weird. So now we're up in B. You're still here. My view counter's not working, so. I wanted to finish this one out. All right. Yes, that actually got us pretty much through it. There wasn't really much left at the end. Need a little bit tighter collar on this. This is not the original bar, but it's similar, but it has a little bit too much play in it. Yeah, no problem. Happy to do it. Happy to do it, man. And I'm glad to see you again. Make sure to stop by the stream some more. We're upgrading stuff slowly but surely. But I think, holy crap, it's almost 2:30 a.m. What? Was not even paying attention to the time. I better freaking wrap it up. Oh my goodness. But thank you all so much for hanging out with me on Christmas night in my pajamas. Hopefully in your pajamas too, depending on where you're at, depending on your time zone. May or may not be appropriate. If you haven't hit the follow button, hit the follow button. So we keep kind of growing our little community here. If you haven't checked out the YouTube or the Instagram's got lots of cool guitar pictures on it and more coming, especially now that I got this nice camera. Oh man, I can't wait. Setting up like an actual little photo zone and everything for them. The YouTube's got a lot of the old VODs so far at this point. No original or new YouTube content yet. But eventually, once we get the sort of setup right. If you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord, because we have a really fun guitar community going on in our Discord right now, where we talk about gear and guitar and music stuff pretty much all day long, off and on. And you are all welcome to join. But I will be back Monday with something. I don't know what's up, with either a Music Theory Monday, I think, or maybe a Mellow Monday. I'm not sure, because I think this past Monday was Metal Monday. So we're up for some different kind of Monday stream. If we do Music Theory, we'll probably be building 9th chords or 11th chords or something. Or maybe we'll do, I don't know. Haven't decided. Got to go see what's on deck, really. But thank you all for hanging out. Time to hit the sack, definitely. Yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out. And I'll see, if I can type, y'all. Come on, A key. My A key sticks. Next time. No, not next our time. There we go. There we go. All right.